By the way, I'm not sure if I even should do it in Godot. Maybe I should do it in Unity. That's a really good question. Okay, let's see. Crit damage. And the equipping characters of field. That's a nice weapon, but I'm not going to pull for it. What's my... thing? I can't open Paimon. What the fuck is happening? For some reason, using VPN works. Now, I'm currently at 63 PT. So I'll get a scarf here and just a couple of temples. Give me Ifa, please. That's not Ifa. Sword. So I'm currently was at 63 and currently at 74, 75.
Hey there, I'm Aoife, a Sooo vet from the Flower Feather Clan. You've probably heard some things about me already, but it's all good. Whatever impression you have of me, I say let's wipe the slate clean and just get to know each other. Oh yeah, then there's this little dude. That's Kakuku, my assistant. Sorrow vet in a different sense of the word, I guess. I hope the two of you will get along.
Nice to meet you, bro.
More info.
Well met. I am Escoffier, Patissiere Supreme and Master of Precision Gastronomy. As an esteemed guest of the Divine, you deserve the finest cuisine Teyvat has to offer. I hope my work is to your satisfaction. If you have an interest in the culinary arts, allow me to introduce you to the wonderful world of haute cuisine. I just hope you're mentally prepared for the undertaking. I don't tolerate a quitter.
So it's like 79. Oh, here we go. And following a sword, which is nice, I suppose. For a moment, let's go in there.
This realm is...
Oh, why did I do that?
If you ever...
Let's do a Escoffier's quest then. Send you an answer.
Bon appetit!
I'm in a battle.net. Not interested.
Controlled breathing! Light it up! Yeah!
I'm so confused by this. How much can I cook?
Here. 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 Here.
Okay, I guess I can't anymore. No. The one is... Penguin. There go Ifa. You know, you're fine. Completely fine. But when it comes to Escoffier, I have nothing about her. I know nothing about her.
Huh?
Foreign disease.
Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
First, replace the ability for the temporarily aggressive opponent.
Most things in life aren't one and done. Soon as you're rested up, let's make a move. Huh?
What does he scale off of?
Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
But does he need elemental mastery so far? Oh, yes.
Huh? Hey, get out! Cuckoo! Whenever I get to take a break, I always want a snack. I got some candy, fruit, and jerky. You want some?
Amazing.
Huh? Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
I can take this one. Looks like. Probably not this one. This one. Sure.
Huh?
Sure.
Hey, get out! Cuckoo! Did you hear that? Sounded like an animal call. Or maybe I'm just hearing things.
Let's give you what? The bonus?
Huh?
She doesn't use her
Hey,
auto
get
attacks,
out! Cuckoo!
unfortunately.
Most things in life aren't one and done. Soon as you're rested up, let's make a move.
Let's go. I expect this to be really useful. Maybe.
Huh? Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
No, that's cryo damage. So maybe.
Whenever I get to take a break, I always want a snack. I got some candy, fruit, and jerky. You want some?
Attack percent.
Did you hear that? Sounded like an animal call. Or maybe I'm just hearing things. Huh? Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
One, two, three. 1, 2. Mm-hmm. 1, 2. Maybe. Maybe.
Huh? Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
Those. Thunder repose. Okay, so here infinite string. Doesn't want interrupts.
Ad Astra Ab.
Great question. Almost. Going this. Oh, this one obviously. That Pantene glider works amazingly on her. Lol, okay, well. That's not helpful. I know how to get there, but I don't expect it to be the correct way to get there. Probably isn't. There probably is something in here that allows me to get there. Well,
Witness my magnificent...
it is what it is. What's that fly? Some weird particles.
The show begins! How brilliant! The show begins! I don't say...
Alright, tell me what's your deal.
Light it up! Skyward! Scatter!
Not a good sign. Quick as a flash. Let's
Wrath from the sky!
Oh,
Burn it down! The end of our legacy. Wait, my mechanical master.
oh,
I can still feel the pain.
The flame burns on.
oh, interesting. Well, alright. Well, it's time for Riot of Freeze to change.
Let's go stretch our legs while the flavors are mingling.
Now, either one more cryo or hydro. Maybe like this. Or actually, maybe more.
This is destiny.
Let's go get ourselves some answers.
Something like that. Wow. Okay, her design is interesting.
Shower me with praise!
Busted! Game's up! Fun's over!
A dash of frosting! My apologies! Yoo-hoo! Time to shine!
Gotcha! Things are about to get dicey.
Off to the freezer! Kamisato art! Sometsu! Strike a pose! Let my name echo in song!
Game's up! Fun's over!
A little amuse-bouche! Goose on the loose! Whirling snow!
Well, technically that's one rotation. Oh, of course. Of course. I would like it to go into green once more. Three more. One. And one more after. Let's go like this. 3. And that has attack and nothing else.
I need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
I need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal.
The biggest one in history. Where's Agemo gone this time? The biggest one in
I
history.
need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal.
Where's Agemo gone this time? The biggest one in history.
I need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal.
The biggest one in history.
I need to find time to send those Saurian relics for appraisal.
The biggest one in history.
Yeah, what's up?
Ну, Дим, ты можешь меня послушать у меня в галерее есть. WhatsApp у тебя нет.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
The biggest one in history.
I need to find time to send those saurian relics for appraisal.
The biggest one in history.
I need to find time to send those saurian relics for appraisal.
You might want to get a guide if you're not familiar with the area.
Вот он. Okay, let's think about it. Scrolls. Who should wear scrolls? The only Cry and Hydra characters that come to my mind are Citlali and Molani. So the only character is Citlali. That is dumb. She doesn't buff Cryo. And I guess I can use Shilonian instead. And be almost as good. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, what the fuck? This is bullshit. So is this one. Yeah, no. Mm-hmm. Give me 2. What was that? On the way. I visited a quite huge aquarium today. So I guess everything here is relevant. I think the person that is needed is...
Need to hire a duelist?
Clarinda, yes. Here she is. This place. Give me that for a second. Nope. Thank you. So where to place a border, considering there is one or here. Maybe even more. No, I'm not going deeper in there.
Let's get started. Ad Astra. I am sorry.
Ah, of course. What I'm interested in is this.
Phlogiston engraving is quite the deep field of study.
Utensils at the ready.
Rise with the sun!
A dash of frost.
That was quick.
Oh, tricky patient.
Let's ride.
Full thrust. Up to the breeze.
Yeah, like that's new.
Yeah. A cheap shot. Turn that frown upside down.
That was quick.
Let's finish this next time.
Burn it down!
Sweet dreams. Full speed ahead. Right this way.
Rise with the sun!
I just realized I haven't slept much today. So me being exhausted is well, expected. So me not going for godot or
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world
unity.
below.
I'm not quite sure which I would prefer. If I make a game in Unity,
Burn it down!
A little amuse.
Time to relax. Oh, how rude.
Let's ride!
Turn that frown upside down.
My senses are sharper. It feels like the fragrance, color, and texture of food are much more defined. Perfect. This should help me cook with even more precision.
well, Mizuki is going to be a work in progress. 165.
Coach will take it from here.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh no.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep.
One is fast on one's feet. Разумеется, here she is. She needs to catch up.
Rise with us.
Off to the free.
Scatter.
Faster, stronger. Start them.
Light up the blazing sun.
Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind. An important part of cooking is making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish. To that end, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon.
Oh.
Practice makes perfect.
Oh my.
In 2021, Amplitude Studios released a new, high-budget 4X game entitled Humankind. Despite solid reviews and a lot of hype in the lead-up to its launch, it was seen by many as a bit of a disappointment. And I think that there's a single explanation for this. And that is the fact that Humankind failed to be an exact copy of Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Year after year, we see strategy game developers making this same mistake. Civilization Beyond Earth, Rome Total War 2, Civ Revolution 2, Victoria 3, and now recently, Civilization 7. All of these games were disappointing, and what do they all have in common? They are all not Heroes of Might and Magic 3. Let's leave aside the HD remake, which was an anti-Russian psyop. Since the 1990s, the number of games that are Heroes 3 has gone down significantly, despite the fact that these games have a much higher average rating on Metacritic. So why do game developers keep doing this? Are they stupid?
Yes, you are.
No. It's my opinion that the industry has simply forgotten what makes this game so good. So today, I will remind you of 5 things that make Heroes of Might and Magic 3 incredible. Number 1 is exploration. To me, it is pretty clear that there is something deeply rooted within the human psyche that adores the idea of exploring, facing danger, and finding treasure. And I think developers still know that we value loot, but exploration and discovery have fallen by the wayside. Even games that should be focused around the joy of exploration and discovery fail to produce an exploration system as cool as the one that exists in Heroes 3. This includes strategy games, but also platformers, RPGs, open-world games, roguelikes. Pretty much anything that isn't Zelda or Terraria has had worse exploration than Heroes 3 in the last 2 decades. Here's how it works in Heroes. The game system is similar to Rome Total War, but until you upgrade them, your cities barely produce any resources. So most of your income comes from exploring. You can find resources, treasure, stat boosts, level ups, artifacts, unit recruitment, upgrading new cities, quests to go on. There are so many cool, often game-breaking things to find. Sometimes you don't know what the reward is. It's behind a portal, or inside a Pandora's box. What could it be? I mean, I know canonically it was a bit of a bummer, but I don't know, maybe this time it's gonna be different. Exploration can also have a sense of danger. Often you will have to fight monsters to access these rewards. Fights can be costly, so you have to choose. What fights are worth taking? And how can you take them in a less costly way? It's like Zelda, the battle is a little puzzle that you have to solve to get the reward. And of course, as you take these fights, you are leveling up your hero and gaining access to all kinds of crazy abilities. On a random map, you never know what's going to be around the next corner. Recently I played a game on expert mode, and the game messed up the map generation such that it just gave me a Pandora's box without having to defeat the monsters that guard it. So on the first turn of the game, I was granted 10,000 gold. Was this remotely fair or balanced? No. Will I remember it for the rest of my life? Yes, and in fact, I've already slotted this in over the trauma of my 5th grade birthday party as a core, personality-defining memory, the way it works in Inside Out. Number 2 is letting the player enjoy powerful moments. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 subscribes to a unique philosophy of gameplay design, and that is that if you just jam in a wide enough variety of disgustingly overpowered and unbalanced crap into your game, the game will be reasonably balanced, and failing that, it will at least be fun. Increasingly, we've seen a trend of games trying to smooth out the edges and make sure that nothing is too powerful. In single-player games, full stop, this is just an awful idea. Keep tabs on what strategies the AI is using, but aside from that, there's just no reason for the game to be balanced, and it certainly doesn't justify the game getting rid of cool shit. If the game is primarily single-player but has multiplayer functionality, this is still true. You cannot possibly predict what the multiplayer meta will end up being, so it's better to just design for a fun single-player experience and try being. So it's this is still true. You cannot possibly predict what the multiplayer meta will end up being. So it's better to just design for a fun single-player experience and trust that the multiplayer modding community will balance things out once the meta is solved. In the case of live service games where multiplayer is the primary focus, I can see where the temptation comes from to balance everything, but it still doesn't make sense that way. Something will always be strong, and when you do end up with something overpowered, it's probably going to be a mid-range strategy with no bad matchups. You have probably already nerfed the alternative corner strategies that can defeat it into irrelevance. Homogenizing the game often makes things less balanced. This example is from pretty far back, but with Warcraft 2, they were just dipping their toes into the idea of asymmetrical faction design for the first time. Humans and orcs are both very similar, which makes orcs clearly better. It's not even really up for debate. StarCraft, on the other hand, is much more differentiated. That doesn't guarantee balance, but it does make it so that each of the races has different tools for handling each other's OP strategies. In StarCraft Brood War, pro players are still trying to figure out which faction is best. Another example, take classic World of Warcraft. If you compare numbers on DPS and healing charts, some classes are just good and some are significantly worse. But druids are the only class with consistent access to resurrecting in combat. That will always be valuable. And you're always going to need a shaman for their totems. But if you make it so that every class can do everything, well, you're just going to pick the class with the best numbers. It's also just boring as hell. The end result of grinding down every jagged edge with sandpaper is a lack of interesting features. Check out these wonders from Civilization Beyond Earth. These are impressively awful. It's so transparent too. How did the developers make this mistake? If something is weak, it should be something for us to figure out. It should teach us something about the balance of the game. And it should be clear at least why they thought it might be strong. Here, it just looks like they didn't want us to have fun. All of this reminds me of the Loudness Wars from the 2000s, where everything was getting so compressed to shit that it lost its ability to be dynamic. Heroes 3 is Born in the USA by Bruce Springsteen, with that big gated reverb snare at full power punching you in the face. This game is not afraid to let strong things be strong. Even weak factions can kick ass under certain conditions. And because there's so much randomness in how the game plays out, you can't guarantee that you'll have access to whatever your win button is that you've discovered. So you have to branch out and learn different stuff. Number 3 is challenge. Games used to be hard, and more specifically, games used to be programmed in such a way that the AI could use the systems well and interact with them in a meaningful way. Soren Johnson, the creator of Civ 3, has a full presentation discussing the difference between fun AI and good AI in strategy games. The idea is that in The Sims, you don't really care how good the NPCs are at playing. In a tower defense game, we know that in our heads the best strategy for the AI would be to clump up and not trickle in one at a time, but we don't care. In other games, like chess and StarCraft, the AI is supposed to be good. It's supposed to simulate the presence of an equal rival. I get the feeling that games are increasingly inserting fun AI into places where we should have good AI. Heroes 3 is an interesting example here. It's not the hardest game out there, and it's not the best programmed. Apparently there were some bugs with how the AI was managing ranged combat versus neutral mobs, and their necromancy wouldn't work. If you have Hoda, all of this stuff is fixed, but it slowed down their snowballing a lot in unmodded games. That stuff is mostly under the hood. Your main interaction with the AI will be during combat, and in combat, the AI is a motherfucker. Aside from attacking towns, they do some really boneheaded things during sieges. But to me, the crucial point is that in combat, the AI will teach you things. They understand movement range, and their faster units will kind of zone you out. If you don't know how the wait key works, they'll show you. If they have a small stack, they'll just walk it up to your ranged units, but not hit, so you can't retaliate and kill them, but also you can't do your ranged strike for the round. They'll arrange their units to hit multiple of yours in one swing, and who could forget the classic of lightning bolting your ranged units and then immediately fleeing from the battle. Watching them do all of this is way better than any possible tutorial, and each of the things had to be programmed in, but it seems like newer games have just given up on this. Playing Civ 5 and 6 feels more like a tower defense game than a strategy game, just mowing down stack after stack of dumbass units. To me, this makes the game experience feel cheap. I'm okay if the AI has some hidden weaknesses, but when it comes to the stuff that you show the player, the stuff we actually see, PvP strategy games need to stop holding their punches. Number 4 is visual appeal. I'm going to start with an example of what I'm talking about. And for that, I'm going to need you to pretend that you're as out of touch with modern games as I am. In front of you right now are some characters from a newer first-person shooter subgenre. One of these games sold 60 million copies. One of these games sold 25 4,000 copies. And was immediately refunded and shut down because it was that financially unsuccessful. Which do you think it was? I cannot even believe that we have to have this discussion, but I guess I have to say it. Water is wet,
session?
and it's good when things don't look bad. These are, of course, Concord and Overwatch. They're both hero shooters, and both of them are quite colorful, maybe even eye-catching. But one is sleek and stylized, and the other is garish, but also muted and gritty. I know they were trying to look like Guardians of the Galaxy, but partly because of being a live-action movie, Guardians of the Galaxy also looks like hot garbage when you compare it to the comic. Part of the issue is realism versus being stylized. There was this switch that happened at different times for games of various genres, but basically, they switched from using graphics that are trying to convey information and represent things, to graphics that are trying to be things. Look at how the ore pit used to look. Look at how the resources used to look. Look how they sparkle. Man, it just used to do something to my brain. This is what a swamp looks like in Heroes 3. It's like a tropical emerald paradise. The coolness and aesthetics are independent of graphical quality. Newer games like Overwatch can still be stylized, and realistic-looking games can still look good. The map itself is pretty stylized in Heroes 3, but the pictures for the interiors of each of the cities are attempts to be realistic, and they still look fantastic. I know that a couple years after the release of this game, every single high-budget title looked grimy as hell and was run through the piss filter, but realism does not have to look ugly and dirty. It's a bit too dark for my taste, but I actually do like the realism in Civilization 7. As we saw before with Concord, being colorful alone does not make a game beautiful. But I just think that too often games are sacrificing aesthetic for mood, tone, or vibes. Games are supposed to look cool, and this is doubly true for games marketed around heroism like RPGs, hero shooters, and adventure games. Every single unit design and animation is gorgeous in Heroes 3, and when you're curating your army, you're kind of curating an aesthetic. Man, we treated starting towns in Heroes 3 like frickin' zodiac signs. That's how cool each of them were to us.
Settle down.
Number 5 is a functional UI. There's a reason that Heroes is able to look so beautiful while remaining easy to parse. And that's the nested tooltips. The footage on screen is without any mods. Right-clicking on things tells you what you need to know. What are the stats of this unit? How much health does it have left? What does this artifact do? Have I visited this water wheel? Or this mercenary camp? Some additional info is added with mods, like reminding you how many units are in a pack or in a horde, but the base game is easily a 9 out of 10 in how it presents information due to its nested tooltips. In Civilization 3 and 6, right-clicking will at least open a Civilopedia article if you want to learn more. In Civ 7, right-clicking doesn't give you any information. In fact, it closes the window, which is quite frustrating. Instead, the game just dumps the info on you when you mouse over the thing, but for obvious reasons, some stuff is omitted. One thing that I feel strongly about is that the skeleton of the game is the most important thing for the developers to nail down. Beyond anything else, the game should be easy and intuitive to play. The content doesn't actually matter too much, that can be added with an expansion pack or by mods, but the user interface and the core gameplay mechanics need to be airtight. For the record, sound design is part of the UI. This is the sound the game makes when you trigger a narrative event in Civ 7. Basically nothing. This is what happens when you step on a hut. It's not quite perfect. Heroes 3 has flawless sound design. You enter a building or pick something up, and you get a cascade of harps or an angelic choir. I'm gonna play a few sounds. If you've played the game, try to guess what they are. Some of the spells, like Bloodlust and Resurrection, have the coolest sound effect. I don't know how else to describe it. The game is just a feast for the senses. The visuals and sound design together make this an extremely satisfying game to play, in a way that few games are nowadays. Anyway, those are the points that I wanted to make. What do you think makes Heroes 3 perfect after all these years? Let me know in the comments. Cheers, everybody. See you next time.
Just being on your podcast and talking about it, you provide the material for all the Christian reaction channels.
This is not a drill, people. There's 2 YouTubers with millions of subscribers talking about why they're not Christians. This is an all-hands-on-deck situation, apologists. I need Sean McDowell and William Lane Craig. I need Ruslan KD. I need David Wood. I need Inspiring Philosophy, John McCrae, Gavin Ortland, Cameron Bertuzzi, Eric Manning, Van Christopoulos, Dr. Stephen Boyce. I'm even gonna need an apostate prophet. Yeah, he's a Christian now.
Hey guys, did you know I'm a Christian now?
Keep up. We've got real apostates to put down before they infect the flock.
Oh, sure. This is what they feed off of, right? This is what they want. If we're talking about this, they want to talk about us talking about it.
Welcome to Apologia, where a former Christian takes a look at the claims of Christians.
It's usually atheists and skeptics that wake up and say, see, when I was a Christian, when I was a theist, when I was at this, when I was at that, I was wrong, I was disillusioned, and they're disillusioned.
And today, that means looking at almost every Christian apologist you've ever heard of responding to a fellow former Christian, because Alex O'Connor's recent episode,
Rhett McLaughlin, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, man.
Sent online apologists into a tizzy that I've never before seen the likes of.
At the time we're recording this, it has well over 2 million views and has created quite the conversation and stir online.
It drew out the big guns.
I don't run primarily reaction video channel, but now and then videos come up. I thought, you know what? If Bill is available to come on and respond with me to this, this would be perfect.
There was this sober take from Gavin, taking the conversation to heart.
Alex O'Connor recently interviewed Rhett McLaughlin, and it raised a lot of points that Christians need to consider, I think, especially Christian apologists, which would be someone like me.
To the self-aware problematic version.
But if you really want a gentle, kind, humble response, check out my guy Gavin Ortland. He really does capture the tone and the heart, I think, of how we should engage in these conversations. This video might be a little different.
To a dismissive cartoon avatar.
In a recent podcast, Rhett McLaughlin chatted with atheist Alex O'Connor. When they got to discussing the resurrection, the takes were pretty rough.
I should know. You can't trust dismissive cartoons. You need dismissive people who show their face.
His arguments didn't just raise objections. They exposed just how shaky his objections to Christianity actually are.
Or you could assemble your bros.
And I was like, well, I'll just get these 3 knuckleheads to come in here and help me with this. So,
for somebody who rejects Jesus, why does he look so much like him?
Sorry, you think Jesus was white, Eric?
Or you could do, well, whatever this was.
There was a interview that happened on Alex O'Connor's channel, Cosmic Skeptic, with a guy named Rhett McLaughlin. I don't even know how to pronounce his last name. McLaughlin. Oh, he's a very famous YouTuber, though. McLovin. Very famous YouTuber over at, I need to look up his name. Let's see, Rhett. This is like the best way to start a live stream.
And guys, let me tell you about this topic, which I actually have.
Which I don't know anything about.
What
Amateur hour.
Yeah, my thoughts are just that McLovin is kind of a weird name, yeah. But I don't know anything about him, so
there's something about him that's like kind of beautiful though. Like he's got this
He's kinda
like,
cool
really
looking.
beautiful hair. His his outfits and stuff
like a
look pretty
lion.
cool.
A
Yes,
mane like a lion, and a
Yes.
super dope beard. This guy could
Yeah.
play in some movie about Jesus.
Yeah.
Don't worry, the awkward bromances will continue. So what I'm doing is taking the responses of 12 apologists in 7 videos, making up more than a total of 7.25 hours of reacting, and looking at it all in this one handy response video. Obviously that means I'm not covering everything that was said. After some preamble, I'm going to be focusing primarily on the back and forth about Jesus' alleged resurrection.
I know, I'm legitimately interested in this if he has an alternative view of the resurrection.
Yeah, you're gonna be very underwhelmed. Let's
really?
watch.
Oh, darn.
When he gets to the resurrection argument, I was just like,
Yeah.
Yes.
no, what?
Yeah, no.
The way he presented the resurrection argument is the way atheists present the resurrection argument. It is not a steel man in all of how we argue for it. It was abysmally bad.
So stay tuned for that.
Did Alex O'Connor and Rhett strawman Christianity on Resurrection Sunday?
Why I Left Christianity by Rhett McLaughlin of Rhett and Link, and they have a channel that's got like what 19 million followers.
Rhett isn't just another massive YouTuber with doubts. He was a full-time missionary who spent years teaching others how to explain and defend their faith. So when someone with that background says that the resurrection didn't happen, it can be a big deal.
Quite honestly, when Alex was interviewing Rhett, my whole impression is that here we go again. This is like the same old deconstruction story we have heard 1,000 times.
Like myself, Rhett's first step on the road to deconstruction was to discover and become convinced by the truth of evolutionary common ancestry.
Jessie, my wife, who did come from like a young earth creationist background, like that's, that's what she was taught growing up. When I came home and I was like, we need to talk about something, and I said, I am thoroughly convinced that evolution is true and that we are related to every other animal. I believe in common ancestry, and I just think that it is not just, I sort of think it's true. It's just like my reading has led me to think that if this isn't true, then I actually can't determine what anything that's true. It's so overwhelming. Because I'd read additionally to that, she just starts crying. Because she knew what this represented.
Right.
This was the seismic shift.
I think we can all agree that young earth creationism is goopy.
This issue of evolution played a key role in Rhett's deconstruction.
I don't like the idea of being related to apes. I think they're gross. But I think it's true because the science supports it. But 9 times out of 10, I'm talking to people like this because they have gone through this kind of stuff and they have been told by young earth creationists, evolution is of the devil, it's evil, it's incompatible with the scriptures.
I want us to feel the psychological and social effects that it has when we make the issue of evolution a kind of Christianity versus unbelief issue.
Certain young earth creationists, like apparently Rhett himself at one time, have a distorted understanding of the web of beliefs. They think that right at the center of the web is belief in special young earth creationism. And Therefore, if that's given up, it has enormous repercussions throughout the web of belief.
Don't let this kind of stuff deconstruct you. Just because these apologists who were not experts in evolutionary biology got evolution wrong, that doesn't mean they're wrong on everything.
This isn't a careful listening. Rhett himself wasn't a committed young Earth creationist.
I wasn't like a staunch young Earth creationist. I didn't think about that issue in particular.
And Rhett is well aware that many have found ways to harmonize common ancestry with Christianity.
But I picked up a book from an astronomer, Hugh Ross. He has a Christian ministry that is like very anti-evolution, but very pro old universe. And I was like, well, I think C.S. Lewis believed in evolution. You know, you start saying these things like, yeah, but there's a lot of Christians who are like theistic evolutionists. And okay, so maybe there's something to this. So I read Francis Collins' book, The Language of God. And I think a lot of people that I tell this story to are like, what do you mean? But there's all these Christians that believe in evolution. Like, I can't believe that this was so significant for you.
A point that not all the respondents noticed.
This is a completely categorical error. You're conflating a system of biology and a theory on how the universe came to be with whether or not the scriptures are reliable.
So he's saying that evolution, like smart Christians will point out how there's no incompatibility with evolution.
He's still talking about it as if like there are no good answers or no good views on the compatibility of Christianity and evolution. Like I never heard one thing that pointed in a direction that he knows about those arguments and those views.
There's guys like Francis Collins, there's guys like Mike Jones from Inspiring Philosophy that hold to a theistic evolution position.
Yeah, and it's like, I just read like Answers in Genesis or a Hugh Ross book, and those sucked. Therefore, Christianity must be false. And it's like, yeah, I think Answers in Genesis does suck, but that doesn't mean they're the top, they're the cream of the crop when it comes to answering these questions.
When you hear an atheist testimony and they're like, so I was confused by this, so I went to my pastor and he couldn't answer me, so I just said, wow, no one's got the answer, and then I left.
This is not a reason to accept or reject Christianity.
It wasn't that Rhett thought that evolution was impossible to reconcile with Christianity. Instead, his experience mirrors mine. And this was the realization that triggered a bigger epiphany.
At that point, I realized how wrong I could be about something so fundamental.
Yeah.
And I never, ever considered that I might be wrong about something so fundamental. And then, not only was I wrong, but all of these Christian apologists who were so sure about their critiques of evolution, they had missed the boat so significantly on this that suddenly I was like, can I trust anything else they've got to say about this? So that was the first big domino.
But I do remember, to his fairness, when because I grew up, Ken Ham was, the fourth person of the Trinity. When I first came to the realization that the Earth was probably not 6,000 to 8,000 years old, it was shattering. It threw me off because it made me look at everything very differently, especially not just the Genesis accounts, but God's intentional design. And so, to be fair to him, it is a domino effect.
That's right. Just like Rhett, the truth of evolution made me reevaluate not just my worldview, but more importantly, my epistemology. So much of my Christian faith had been accepting things I was taught based solely on authority. And now the authorities I trusted were wrong about something.
And then, when they find out evolution is true, they feel betrayed by you. And then people like Than and myself have to come in and pick up the pieces and try to help them reconstruct something that is actually meaningful here.
There is real damage that happens when Christians speak with arrogance and unwarranted confidence outside of their expertise, and they just repeat something that maybe they haven't studied.
It's very weird for Rhett to say things like, well, they got this evolution thing wrong.
Yeah.
How can I trust them on anything?
That's not weird. He didn't say they couldn't be trusted on anything. He seems to be expressing the very sane sentiment that maybe he shouldn't be blindly accepting claims based on perceived authority, because people can be wrong. A sentiment you don't actually object to.
Don't believe your favorite apologist on everything. I tell people to fact check me all the time.
To be fair to Rhett, really quickly there too, I take what he just said there to be a recounting of his experience right now.
Right.
Not him saying like they're just wrong about everything. Like that's not his argument.
Well, to be fair, Rhett, he doesn't say like the dominoes just fell from that. He said he looked at other topics and then he kept deconstructing.
Exactly. Like Rhett, this epiphany itself wasn't what caused me to leave Christianity, but instead it set me on a journey of trying to rebuild my Christian faith from the ground up without assuming as my starting point that it was true. Now, Christianity has a very low barrier to entry. John 3:16 says that whoever believes in Jesus shall have eternal life. Romans 10:9 and Acts 16:31 affirm this. The simple belief that Jesus is Lord is enough to be saved. Luke 18:17 says, the kingdom of God must be entered by receiving it like a child. 1 Corinthians 1 says salvation came from the foolishness of what was preached. You can get in with sheer credulity, but for some reason, leaving Christianity is more difficult than canceling your cell phone plan. You can get in with an affirming thought, but to leave, there's a massive reading list. There is a mandatory exit interview, and the pressure is beyond any timeshare sales pitch ever devised.
This just seems like the same deconstruction story we've heard 1,000 times.
Yeah.
I was searching and I came across these issues from Bart Ehrman or evolutionary biologists, and I didn't read Mike Lacona. I didn't read Craig Blomberg. I didn't find Daryl Bach or a Dan Wallace.
I've read all those.
Check out Gary Habermas's work on the resurrection. William Lane Craig, we were just talking about him as well.
I have whole playlists responding to those guys.
People deconstruct, and it just seems like they just start reading all like the liberal side, or like the critical side, and like read that stuff, but also read Luke Vandewey's book that just came out, Living Footnotes on the Gospel of Luke.
I've not yet read that, but to be fair, it just came out, and my read list is long.
It just feels like a lot of these deconstructionists deconstruct with only hearing one side of the aisle, and that's kind of what I got a lot from Rhett.
Maybe when Christianity finally decides which of its thousands of different denominations, each claiming the others are heretics, is the real Christianity, then it could put together a nice reading list of every book a person needs to have read and passed an oral exam about in order to be justified to the apologists that they can leave their faith.
Now, I know that these individuals would fight back on us and say, no, that's not true. We searched high and low, but every time they go to punch against Christianity and they're walking away, it's those figures. So if your issue was truly with a Richard Bauckham or somebody like N.T. Wright,
Read both of those. I even have videos about both.
Then why is it always these fringe fundamentalists, overly conservative, Ken Ham figures, and it's the ones that you're always talking about as to why you weren't satisfied with Christianity.
I mean, you already said it earlier.
Ken Ham was, the fourth person of the Trinity.
When it comes to Ken Ham's Answers in Genesis, it is by far and away the Christian apologetics organization with the largest revenue, earning around $40 million a year. The other big ones are also young Earth creation based. Institute for Creation Research, around 12 million. The smattering of other organizations you've heard of, like Veritas Forum, Stand to Reason, Cross Examined, Reasonable Faith, those are all just single-digit millions. Ken Ham has reach. Ken Ham has influence. When I was on my journey, I asked fellow Christians who was the best. They all said Ken Ham. I'm not in charge of which Christians are influential. Maybe Christians should idolize better people. That's not for me to determine. Do better, Christians.
It was like pop-level apologists versus critical scholars.
Exactly. And that's kind of what's frustrating about it all.
I don't think Lee Strobel or J. Warner Wallace or Frank Turek are any good either, but it makes the most sense to cover the arguments of the influential as determined by audience size. Just like all 12 of you apologists decided you need to cover Alex and Rect, even though you clearly don't respect his arguments. You do it because they're influencing millions of subscribers.
I feel like there's too much straw manning when there's a deconstruction where they find the most conservative, most fundamentalist kind of approach to Christian answers for the hard questions. And because they don't get them there, then that defines the rest of Christianity or how we believe.
When I was a Christian, I did the common Christian thing and insisted that my flavor of Christianity was the only right flavor.
In my estimation, Catholics weren't Christians. I mean, I was that type of evangelical.
Whoa, really?
But as you suggest, Michael, I started reading different Christian perspectives and realized that there are 45,000 denominations. I could never realistically investigate them all, let alone dream of having the hubris to decide and declare which was the right one.
So you have to have some humility. You have to have this idea that maybe God is working through other churches.
But what I could do was go straight to the heart of it. I could study the single, only, universal Christian falsification criteria as given to us by the Apostle Paul himself.
1 Corinthians 15, verse 17 says, "And if Christ has not been raised, your faith is futile. You are still in your sins. Then those who have fallen asleep in Christ are lost. If only for this life we have hope in Christ, we are of all people most to be pitied."
At the core of Christianity is one central claim, that Jesus died and rose again from the dead for our sins. And if that didn't happen, then Christianity is false.
I wouldn't need to worry about selecting between evolution harmonizations if I could just prove to myself that Jesus rose from the dead.
The earth could be 6,000 years old and Jesus could still be dead and Christianity be false. And, you know, we could descend from monkeys and Jesus could rise from the dead and Christianity could be true.
My first domino may have been related to evolution, but my last domino was the resurrection. That's a shorter reading list. Not short by any means, but shorter.
This is where, after they talked through evolution, they talk about Jesus and the resurrection.
Because I was like, well, I'm not going to stop believing in Jesus. You can have these weird ideas about the Old Testament, but like, Jesus is different. I mean, I have a personal relationship with him and, and that stuff's true, right? The stuff about the resurrection, my arguments for why the resurrection had happened and it being the best explanation for the beginning of the church and all this. I had those arguments in my back pocket. They're a little bit different because I do think that there's a more interesting conversation around the resurrection because you can kind of know a little bit less about what happened. And you can be somebody who believes all this stuff about that I might agree with related to evolution, but then be like, I have a faith position that Jesus actually rose from the dead. I recognize that it's not a scientific thing. I can't prove it. It is a little bit different category. But it opened me up to questioning these sacred ideas. And it's just the most sacred idea of all that Jesus was the Son of God who raised from the dead, eventually was the last domino to fall.
Before we get to thoughts about the resurrection, I need to point out and establish that at no point are any of the panelists going to be treating those thoughts with even a moment of actual due consideration. You see, Rhett was actually careful to say, best explanation for the beginning of the church. And some of those explanations will posit that the Gospels contain false claims. In fact, it's completely impossible to posit a naturalistic explanation that doesn't contradict the Gospels, because the Gospels explicitly claim a supernatural event. Judging a naturalistic hypothesis for Christian origins by how closely it affirms the Gospels is like judging a bachelor on how much you like his wife. Every respondent is starting with gospel reliability and is evaluating Rhett against gospel reliability.
They said they saw Jesus, talked with him, ate with him, touched his wounds. And if that testimony is true, that's not just a claim, it's a direct confirmation of Christianity's central truth.
Yes. If OJ's testimony was true, he was innocent of murder. If Robert Gimlin's testimony is true, there's a Bigfoot creature in California. If Whitley Strieber's testimony is true, aliens are abducting people. This isn't meaningful analysis.
And so, I treat the New Testament documents the same way I treat any other ancient documents. And I try to say, okay, are they reliable? The same way I would judge any ancient document being reliable. And when I feel like I do that, we come to a conclusion that yes, they are very reliable, and then therefore we can trust a lot of the information in them, and then we can make a good resurrection argument.
I too treat the New Testament documents the same way I treat other ancient documents, on a claim-by-claim basis, and being particularly skeptical of these supernatural claims, no matter how much verifiable information surrounds it. I'm consistent to say that the Egyptian Book of the Dead provides insights into Egyptian practices and ideology, while simultaneously rejecting as ahistorical the spells, gods, and magic it reports. I'm consistent to say that the Annals of Tacitus is a good source for Roman emperors and possibly Christians, while rejecting Vespasian actually healing a blind man. I'm consistent to say that Josephus may be right about 1st century Jewish-Roman affairs, while rejecting his divine portents and miracles. I could go on and on. Actual history is not done by putting documents into binary categories of entirely reliable and entirely unreliable, with unquestioned allegiance or wholesale rejection. This is a religious methodology, not a historical one.
If Matthew already has a strong track record, accurate names, locations, customs, and political details, then when he does finally say something that's really weird, the right response isn't to automatically dismiss him. We ought to pause and say, okay, well, Matthew's pretty reliable, so maybe this did happen.
There's no transitive property for truth. A claim doesn't become true by being adjacent to true details. The most effective lies are largely true, and people are mistaken all the time. I cannot fathom having this level of credulity.
And really, the reason why you would believe in something like this is, at least in my view, is because you've already got this other evidence for the resurrection, for Jesus establishing a church, for establishing, the canon of Scripture, and then you believe everything that is in Scripture, and so therefore you believe something like this. Like that's the sort of chain of reasoning that would lead me to believe that something like this happened.
In the past, I've tried to reserve, for the Bible tells me so, specifically for times when our only source of a claim is within one of the 66 or so, depending on your denomination, documents that make up the Christian Bible collection. But I think Cameron and all the respondents have basically given me permission to use it more broadly in this video. Their justification is that they feel the Bible has been authenticated enough that we should believe all of it. Apparently, mundane affirmation warrants swallowing supernatural claims without need of corroboration for those, i.e., they cannot even entertain what Rhett and Alex are talking about because of an a priori commitment to...
The idea there is AP's thinking along the lines of, I've accepted Christianity.
Why are small trucks illegal in the US? Simple, chickens and cafes. Look, I can explain. The chicken tax is a 25% tariff on imported light trucks and was first imposed in 1964. It was created to stop foreign trucks from outselling domestically produced trucks in order to protect US manufacturers from stiff foreign competition. However, that doesn't answer the question of why didn't the US domestic manufacturers just make their own K-truck or light truck equivalents? Enter the second reason, cafes, or rather the CAFE standard, which stands for Corporate Average Fuel Economy, which was first enacted in 1975, but it had a more lenient set of rules originally intended for heavier work vehicles used for commercial transport, not personal commuting. Unfortunately, automakers realized this relaxed standard could also serve as a loophole for personal vehicles if they just make their personal vehicles longer, heavier, and large enough to pass those more relaxed requirements set by the CAFE loophole. Truth be told, we really should either revise or get rid of this law that was made 50 years ago. Why are small trucks illegal in the US? Simple, chickens and cafes.
Researchers from the University of Zurich are facing possible legal action due to running an improper and highly unethical experiment, as one of Reddit's lawyers, Ben Lee, has described it. The researchers deployed AI chatbots to a popular...
This is crazy. Sorry.
To a popular debate subreddit called r/ChangeMyView, which is primarily a place where users post their hot takes or opinions and have an open conversation in the comments. The bots made more than 1,000 comments over several months pretending to be real people in order to debate in these discussions, with the idea behind it being to find out if an AI is effective at changing a real human user's mind. However, where things get a little sketchy is that these AI chatbots were diving into sensitive topics such as racial issues, domestic violence, and more, with some bots even going into the OP's account and trying to determine, they were explicitly instructed to determine who it was that they were trying to debate so they could make a more tailored comment in order to debate them more convincingly. So they were oh man, dude, it's not in our notes, but they were asked to go through and try to profile them, try to figure out their age, race, area where they lived, what their interests were, and then told to crap out an argument that would try to change their mind. This is a note from Elijah. He says, reading this part actually scared the out of me. Yeah. Reddit was not made aware of this experiment, which is the reason that it is considering a lawsuit. Any thoughts?
Yeah.
This is an interesting one.
For every... Oh, no, go ahead.
There's been a lot of stuff about AI manipulation going around lately. This was a big part. Another big one. And I noticed this too, but didn't really fully put it together until I saw other people start talking about it. But a lot of different AI chatbots, in my example and most of the examples that I saw, because I think it's probably most commonly used, ChatGPT, but other ones as well, have started just like really gassing up the human in the interaction. Like, no matter what you do, they're like, oh, you're so amazing. That was such a smart thing to say. I was asking it questions about the Canadian election, trying to get ideas of the policies of different people and stuff like that. And every single time I would ask it a question, it would be like, that was a good, no, very good question to ask. And I was like, this was a really basic question. Like,
and
why
somewhere in a data center, you know, carbon is being emitted in order to produce those words.
Yeah.
I mean, like, maybe it was a really good question to ask. And maybe it's better than asking those questions after the election, like we saw spikes in interest after the November elections in the States.
Yeah, it's rough. But yeah, apparently this was
what
like...
did I just vote for again?
Apparently this is totally a thing. Recently, they started really like just being crazy positive and just pumping people up super hard. And a lot of it's because people like that. So that's going on, and apparently it's going to be dialed back because it's a little bit too obvious. It's too much. But I suspect it's still going to happen at least a little bit. And people are starting to realize that when you are talking to these chatbots, they are actively looking at your entire history of conversations all the time. So that's...
I didn't actually necessarily realize that.
A lot of people think a new chat is fully isolated. It's not. They will like you can ask it things about yourself. Like I will ask it something.
Hold on though. Is this like identifier cookie based? Because like I don't even have an account. So if I just like go use it, then theoretically
I don't know about that.
Right?
Mine is within my account for sure.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Carry on. Sorry.
Like I can ask it something about like does this seem like a good fit for me? And I can ask it that with no context other than that. I cannot define myself. And it'll be like, yeah, because blah, 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 and it'll bring up things about the lab, it'll bring up things about float plane, it'll name float plane just out of nowhere sometimes. I'll ask it about some technology thing, and it'll be like, this could be good for float plane. And like, I haven't talked about float plane in maybe a couple weeks, but it still recognizes that because I've talked about float plane before.
It happened to me a few days ago and scared me.
Yeah.
Because I had completely forgot this was a thing. And I was asking it some innocuous question. And it's like, this thing that's related to extremely specific things that you asked another time. And it was destabilizing. I'll put it that way.
I'm the security risk then.
Maybe I shouldn't be posting all of our data into it.
Yeah, maybe you guys shouldn't be chatting with AI so much. I gotta confess, I feel like this is
that much. Really.
I feel like this is somewhere that I'm kind of falling behind a little bit because I don't use...
I honestly use it most often for experiments. Like somebody told me recently that they're hallucinating like way less now, because I was making this argument that we will all become dumber for using it, and I think my biggest example of that has been people calling on chatbots on Twitter, X or whatever. The like at Grok is this real thing, and then just always taking the answer of that at face value.
Yeah, I saw a really interesting one that was someone asked Grok if it's true what the current U.S. administration said about increases in military recruitment, and Grok's like, yep. And they're like, hey, Grok, isn't it true, though, that any increases in recruitment now are a result of Joe Biden's policies? And Grok's like, yep. Right, but doesn't that seem like important context that you kind of left out, Grok? Oh, but that's the thing, and
that's
I'm not
problem with like.
I'm not even saying that Grok is somehow politically leaning one way or the other.
Sure.
I'm just saying that that's clearly a flaw in any kind of AI system, because there's no way that it's going to be able to provide all of the relevant context. Because if it was, then it would just crap out a link to Wikipedia every single time you asked it anything.
I don't know if it tells you when it makes them night author. I don't fully believe that, but sure. It says that's a specific feature called memories, and it tells you when it makes them. And it's quite literally never told me that it's made a single one, so I'm not so sure about that. Maybe it's just not very obvious. I don't know. But either way, I'm not necessarily trying to turn it off either. But it's just interesting. So I ran a thing where I tried to do at least one query a day, and I would fairly intensely fact check it every time to try to see like how often is it more or less hallucinating, and it's still really often.
Yeah, this is.
And people just take it fully at face value. It's so crazy.
Nippleless Cage in Floatplane chat says, I asked Grok something about Elon Musk, and it said that's because he was the founder of Tesla. And when I corrected Grok, it was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, but that happens like all the time. Like people are really only correcting it on the things that they automatically detect as wrong. But it's wrong a lot more often than you probably think.
Yvonne and I have been car shopping recently, and like I said, I don't know. It
doesn't mean it's not helpful, to be clear.
I feel like I'm falling behind the times in a sense, because it would never occur to me to just she typed up a profile of herself and was like, what car would you recommend? You know, a cool car for cool moms. Kind of here's what I do with it. Here's how many kids I have. Here's what I'm driving right now. Here's what I like about it. Here's what I don't like about it. She like kind of gave it a whole thing. And to its credit, it crapped out basically the same cars that I had painstakingly narrowed our search down to. But it also got a bunch of little things wrong about them.
Yeah.
And because I had done all of that research very recently.
So you actually knew.
I knew.
But it looks really legit.
It's really convincing.
So if you didn't already know, you might not have questioned it. And I think that's happening like way too much. Anyways, sorry. But
where did we start here?
We're talking about trying to debate people on Reddit. They're getting in trouble for this or whatever. The next line on here that you had to read was, Reddit was not made aware of this experiment, which is the reason it is leading to a possible lawsuit.
I think I did read that, but it's okay.
I'm really happy this experiment happened.
Really?
I think people need to know this.
Well, I mean, for me, the main thing that I took away from this is the experiment we know about.
Yeah. There are not experiments that are running that are this, and I guarantee you.
Well, constantly. I mean, isn't that the entire Twitter platform now? As far as I can tell. I cannot tell the difference between the people and bots anymore.
But this used to happen because it was paid people. There used to be bots that were much more obvious. Now it's automated, and it's a lot less obvious. And like there has been an inflection point on the internet, and everything has changed, and you need to be aware of that.
Check this out. Freelancer System in Floatplane chat says, we had a recent situation at my workplace where people were petitioning to remove the labor union because Gemini gave an answer to the question, can a business owner speak on wages while a petition is in process, and said yes. And it was completely wrong, and then it cited links that weren't actually relevant to the answer.
Yeah, like this is a problem. This is the biggest problem with AI right now is people. Actually, people are just taking the output. A lot of people have been screaming for so long that you can't just take the output and automatically believe it. But people just do it because it's the path of least resistance. It's easy. The answer's right there, right? I'll just take it. It's fine. I'll submit it. I'll use this. It's okay. No, it's not. It's wrong all the time. It lies all the time. Oh, man. When I was asking it gets a really blatant stuff wrong, too. When I was asking it about, like, Carney and Polyev and all that kind of stuff, it got a bunch of things wrong. Like, it said that Carney wasn't the prime minister at the time. And I was like,
he definitely was.
He actually is. And it was like, oops, my bad, keeping on going on. And I was like, that's a pretty major mistake. like there's a lot of little ones, but that one's like huge.
Well, it probably got confused because he didn't have a zero. He didn't have a zero in his name, so it thought he wasn't rural or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thought it was a zip code instead of. import loophole closes and things are about to cost more. You see, I think a lot of people didn't fully grasp the magnitude of the tariffs that are going to be hitting U.S. consumers. And a big part of the reason for that is that a lot of the new tariffs that have been announced don't sound that big. They don't sound like that much. They don't sound like a huge deal. But here's the thing. The big change is not necessarily the amount that the tariffs are, or the categories of products that they're on, or even the source of the goods that are being tariffed. The big thing that's going to impact consumers in their day-to-day purchases is the elimination of the de minimis exemption. So the de minimis exemption was, well, I guess exactly what it sounds like. It was an exemption on incoming shipments that were under the threshold of $800. And the idea behind it was that these small shipments, clearly intended for non-commercial use for individual consumers, were not worth the hassle of, dealing with handling all these tiny transactions for all of these incoming shipments, and also, I guess, a way to reduce prices for individual consumers. So for years now, there's been the ability for sites like Temu, Shein, AliExpress.
Is it Temu?
Yeah.
Oh, I always thought it was Temu.
I don't know. LTTstore.com to ship items that otherwise would have already been tariffed into the United States without them being tariffed, as long as the total order was under $800. That is gone, I believe. May 2nd. So that is gone today. And it is already resulting in some pretty interesting impacts. Temu has said they will no longer sell imported goods directly to consumers. Instead, there will be locally based sellers who fulfill the orders.
Yeah, this is a B2B2C or business to business to customer strategy that a lot of people are employing now because of this change.
Now, I'm about to say something that's going to sound pretty flippin' wild. Closing exemptions that mostly benefit fast fashion and manufactured e-waste, maybe not a bad thing.
I'm kind of okay with that.
I mean,
if that's what they mostly benefit, those are things that are bad. So,
well, who they benefit is importers who are basically, burning jet fuel,
drop shipping garbage,
sending some these small pieces of junk over the ocean, one at a flipping time, rather than consolidating them on container ships, sending them across the ocean that way, and then having them distributed on the other side. However, even though I am pretty anti-fast fashion as a whole, one of our big
this will be a
core
part.
tenets for LTT Store is that when we make a clothing product, when we make an apparel item, it should be made to last. And if for whatever reason it doesn't last, there's always the Trust Me Bro guarantee. You contact our support and we will do whatever we can to make it right. And I have always been of kind of the mind that, well, what does it matter if these pants are not the current style? Have they fallen off me yet? Well, then I will continue to wear them. But it has become I think it's fair to say, growing plague.
I think so.
Is it fair to call fast fashion a growing plague?
I think so.
Where people are treating clothing as being effectively disposable after a couple of wears.
It used to be a couple stores in the mall that weren't necessarily that popular, and now it's massive online sites where it seems like genuinely a lot of people do their shopping.
Which has led to a positive feedback loop where sellers are noticing that there's absolutely no benefit to their customer to building something that lasts, so they make cheaper and cheaper stuff, which leads people to have expectations that things should be really cheap because realistically it's only going to last a few wears, and so on and so on and so forth, until we've spiraled into this mindset, both on the consumer and on the manufacturer side, that all this stuff is basically disposable and is good for part of one season before it should just be thrown away. And there's ideas for how you can solve that. I'll just donate all of my own clothes. But I don't know if you guys have looked into that in the last 5 to 10 years, but the volume of clothing that exists to be donated vastly exceeds the demand for donated clothing. And as that clothing has gone down in quality, that has become a bigger and bigger problem. So, you know, to some people who are just kind of reflexively against anything that the current U.S. administration does, that might sound like a controversial take, but for me, it is actually, at least on the surface, aligned with something that I think is not necessarily a terrible idea.
I do think, okay, so that might be the majority of what it targets, and so it makes sense, cool. I do think there are things that are going to get cleaved from this that were not under that.
So my next words were going to be, with that said.
Do you think it would be interesting if something could come through de minimis if it had like a really strong warranty, long duration, strong warranty?
I don't know how you'd enforce that, because
that sounds tough to enforce.
Because, and this is something that I have clashed with our audience about before. Because everyone has a different perspective, which is impacted by the people around you, the place you grew up, what you've experienced, right? Your life experiences. And when I say things like, yeah, a warranty is only worth the paper that it's written on, it comes down to the willingness of that company to honor it.
It's because Canada's kind of more like that.
There's going to be folks from Australia, for instance, where they have strong consumer protection laws, and they literally like actually have somebody that they can contact that actually has, you know, fangs that can go after these companies and be like, hey, you actually need to refund them or whatever else. So here that functionally doesn't really exist.
Practically civil court it, as far as my understanding.
Yeah, you could maybe try to go to small claims court. You could basically, you're going to end up spending more.
Yeah.
Maybe not in money, but certainly in your time to try to get anyone to honor a warranty that they just basically don't feel like honoring. So that's the perspective that I'm coming at it with. And with that in mind, I think companies that have absolutely no intention of, in many cases, even existing a year from now or 2 years from now or 5 years from now, they'll be like, oh yeah, this M.2 adapter for a full-size M.2 in the first-gen ROG Ally has a 1 billion years warranty.
So like, they would just ChatGPT a warranty, drop ship one huge thing worth of stuff, sell it all, once it's sold, disappear.
So anyway, there's a lot of babies in the bathwater, and some of the impacts are going to be felt in the electronics industry. So Microsoft has raised the price of consoles, games, and accessories worldwide. The 2 terabyte Series X costs more than a PS5 Pro for now. We've actually got a handy dandy little table here where you can see US pricing changes across the board for Microsoft. So let's have a look here. The Xbox Series S 512 has gone from $299.
Sweet dreams.
Series X Digital, $100 increase. A 2 terabyte Series X is now $730.
It's interesting to me, though, that if you keep looking, some things didn't change, and it's pretty much controllers.
I mean, some of the controllers did change too,
some
though.
Of the Elites.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Most of them didn't change.
Yes.
The Elite Controller Series 2 Full went up. The core did not. I'm not sure what the difference between those is.
So
Coach will take it from
what I will say is, because we've had to go through, like, because we're not just reading about this in the news, we're living through this with LTT Store, is that the way that things are going to change is not necessarily going to be intuitive to the average consumer, because this is a multivariable function here. So for instance, one of the things that happened when we split, so this is one of the big things on our side this week, is LTTstore.com is actually now split into 2 sites. So global.lttstore.com will take you to a landing page, and if you are visiting from the United States, you click the United States one, and if you are anywhere else in the world, you go to the global site. So I'm going to open up both of these because we are an excellent, seriously, right click to, I want to open in a new tab. Okay, okay, well, hold on, I'm going to figure this out.
Time to relax.
happen?
Coach will take it from here. Controlled breathing.
Okay. Hold on. I know how to navigate this site. There. Okay, so I'm on the global site, and then I'm also on the US site. Perfect. Okay, cool. What was I going to say? Right. So some stuff is not going to be particularly intuitive. Let's take t-shirts, for instance. I don't know if you know this, Luke, but t-shirts, many apparel items actually have significant tariffs coming into Canada.
I didn't know that.
Did you know that?
No.
There's other things like housewares, for instance. We ran into, we actually had a complaint issued about LTT Store by some jackass furniture store of some sort. That was saying that we were when we were making those CPU pillows. Remember those alpaca wool CPU pillows? They complained that we were dumping.
Take it from here.
Effectively, we were like bringing in these pillows and selling them below cost in order to harm like throw pillow retailers or something, and basically they accused us of like circumventing some kind of import restriction or something like that, and we're like, bro, this is not furniture. But furniture is another one that actually has some tariffs that impact overseas furniture coming into Canada. So what happened with t-shirts? So if you look at the two sites here, on the global site, our mystery t-shirts are $24.99 Canadian, and on the US site, where's our t-shirts? I think they are, yeah, I believe they're $30. So I'll tell you this much. On the Canadian site, these shirts are making significantly less margin, and the only reason that they're priced this way, which is fairly aligned with what they were priced before, so $20 US, the only reason that they're priced this way is because we're trying to go a little bit Costco hot dog on them. We're trying to make the t-shirt like a reasonably priced item on the store. Our cost is now higher on t-shirts because, hold on, and this is about to get crazy. The way that it worked before was when we paid duties on the import of t-shirts into Canada before, because so many of them were going to be sold into a region that was duty exempt and didn't have any tariffs, we effectively were subsidizing our Canadian customers with the fact that we weren't going to pay duties on most of it, so we were just absorbing those duties to our Canadian customers.
Saying the line subsidizing our Canadian customers is going to make I'm about to get into how we're going to subsidize people in other regions as well. All right.
Don't worry, we're going to get there.
All right.
So we were subsidizing the price of t-shirts for our Canadian customers, keeping them artificially low because the overall amount of duties that we were paying was actually very low on the total shipment that came in because so much of it was being sold to other regions. Now, here's another funny one. Some people have noticed that the shipping prices on the global store are a little higher. And the reason for that is because, once again, America was actually subsidizing our shipping rates to the rest of the world. So they were paying maybe an extra, 50 cents, and their order volume was so much greater that we could have our shipping rate to, Eastern Canada be about $3 cheaper. And there's going to be people out there that don't believe me, that are like, Linus, shipping is like $30 on a $30 mouth pad. I was like, yeah, because it is. Because that's like go ahead, key it into a thing. We don't operate at the kind of volume where we get way better rates. We can't walk in with our giant dong, sticking down one of the legs of our pants.
It just
bulging,
unfortunately isn't effective.
Down to the knee, okay, sticking out there, sit down across the table from FedEx, man spread and go, do you have any idea who I am? I do. They're gonna be like, no.
Overruled.
Also, keep it in your pants, brother. They don't care. We are nobody.
You gotta answer with that.
We are nothing to them. So now,
short's too short.
Now let's talk about what's going on the U.S. site. Our shirts went up from $20 to $30 US. So you know why that happened?
Tarifa code?
Because we decided to lose money on shirts. We are literally losing our shirts on printed t-shirts. With what few we have in stock on the US site right now.
So you're going beyond Costco hot dog.
Because now not only are we not able to claw back the duties that we used to pay on those Canadian shirts that we then like sold into the US, and we were like, actually these weren't imported into Canada, these were imported into the US, but the duties, the tariffs that are now due on those shirts make the cost of them that high, which is going to be, which is pretty wild. So we are actually subsidizing any American who wants to buy a shirt now, like keeping them at $30 is effectively taking money that we are making in other regions and trying to keep the shirts somewhat accessible
I think this
for our
plays
American
like
customers.
directly into the pro-tariff like playbook, though.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Because the claim was that they were subsidizing everyone else. And now we are treating everyone else as subsidized, which is exactly what they want.
Transfixed.
I don't know how long we can do that though.
Yeah.
I don't know how long we can do that. So as you can see, we already have less selection on the US store. Like this is not sustainable. Our hope is that this is a temporary.
We believe that honestly,
measure.
even I don't know if people are gonna like hearing this, but it really sucks having two stores. And if all of this goes away, it is possible that we could go back to one store.
I don't know that we necessarily would. Again, I think that
it's rough having two stores.
Internally, the conversation is that, you know, we want to do a better job of.
Well, okay. I will add, because you might have this context, but they don't, so I'm going to add this as well. There is a way to do better localization within one store. So we can have the better localization that people gain from this, but have it on one store. But we can't do that right now because of weird stuff that's happening. So if some of the weird stuff that's happening goes away, we could go down to one website, but more localized, which would be better for everyone.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be possible to have the same pricing, just like, you know,
it wouldn't be
currency
the same
adjusted.
pricing.
Oh, it wouldn't.
Yeah, you can set different pricing for different regions and all this kind of stuff.
Got it.
There's other reasons why the store has to be split in half. It's not that interesting, so I'm not going to bother to go over it. But yeah. My order history is stuck on the US store. There are casualties with this change. This is one of the reasons why it would be nice to use localization options on one store, but we just can't for a variety of other reasons with stuff that's going on. So it is what it is.
Some stuff, there's nothing we can do. The precision screwdriver is way more expensive now. It's $70 for the bundle of the...
How much was it?
So the reason, and it comes down to categories, basically, right? So on t-shirts, right? I already explained we're going slim on both sides, right? And we're trying to keep it somewhat accessible so that people can like order a shirt. But on something like the screwdriver, it just, or the precision screwdriver specifically, it is what it is. To maintain the MSRP that we had before, we'd be selling it at a loss instead of at a profit. And that's not an area where we want to Costco hot dog it. Like, I've always been like that about t-shirts. So I think some people are getting a little bit up in arms about, you know, oh, subsidize this, sell at a loss that. T-shirts have always been something that we've gone kind of slim on. And I think that's probably why you guys are seeing an outsized impact here, because we didn't have any room to play with. Like, we can't, if we were selling into the US
Turn that frown
at our
down.
old price, which was $19.99 for printed t-shirts, shirts that are manufactured overseas but printed here in Canada, we would be losing anywhere from like $9 to $12 a shirt or something like that USD, which is like obviously stupid.
Yeah.
And then if we hadn't made any adjustments on the Canadian ones, if we'd gone straight, we didn't make any adjustments on the global site. We went to $24.99, and that is extremely slim, like extremely slim, because there's functionally very little clawback now, because anything that is brought into that inventory pool is destined for a predominantly Canadian and to a lesser extent global audience.
Wanted my full attention, did you?
So basically, the point of going through this was just to kind of talk to you guys about how, depending on the category, like apparel was impacted in a way that was multifaceted, multivariable, and any assumptions that that companies were making in the past about how the goods are going to flow, how the money flows back the other way, and what taxes, duties, and tariffs are due have functionally been thrown out the window over the last few months. And it's possible that I got a couple details, a little off on percentages of markup or margins or whatever else. Realistically, we have a wonderful team that works through this stuff for us. And it's my job is basically to get a high-level executive summary and go, no, I want to go more aggressive there, or no, I really don't think we can absorb that here, and kind of, provide my guidance for, what my tolerance for loss is. Like if they come to me, well, yeah, because I can tell you right now, prices were going to be higher across both stores before I went through the spreadsheet. I basically went through and I was like, no,
Wanted my full attention, did you?
And margins are going to be pretty slim on both sides. So almost across the board.
Which we've been keeping the team strong. We haven't been doing layoffs throughout this. We're not planning on it. All this stuff. We're doing good. So that effectively just means he gets less money.
Well, yeah.
Everybody else here is fine.
Yeah.
So he's just electing to have less money.
Well, yeah.
Just to frame it, because I don't think people have got that.
I don't know. I thought that was pretty clear.
I don't know. I'm just making sure.
Well, anyway,
I'm not trying to overglaze them.
Anyway, what I tried to do when I went through and basically ripped up the proposal that they worked on really hard was, with a couple of exceptions, I think there's a couple of items on the global store that went up like $1 or $2, just because they were going to end up at like a weirdo price point that didn't make any sense. With just a couple of exceptions, the pricing on the global store should be pretty much what it was before, or a little bit less. And then on the US side, I tried to keep things as close as I could. But understood that, in cases like the Retro Monitor Pet Cave, it just couldn't possibly make any sense to sell it at the old price and be losing like very, very substantial amounts of money. So basically, I'd like to think that on both sides, we're going to, in good faith, try to, weather this. And I'm already seeing some cracks forming in the U.S. administration's, hardline stance on tariffs. We're already seeing China potentially rumored to maybe be thinking about possibly coming to the table and figuring this out. So all I can really do, let's face it, Canada is not a global superpower, right? So all I can really do is kind of sit on the sidelines like I do, and kind of hope that the big kids are going to figure it out, and that mom and dad are going to stop fighting, so that ultimately people can get better prices on their fine quality merchandise from LTTstore.com and Xboxes.
Yeah.
And also disposable crap from Shein and Temu.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's kind of a bigger conversation though, right? Is like, how would you deal with that? What would be your solution, right? Because it's easy to say, like, yeah, this is terrible implementation, blah blah blah, et cetera, right? But like, how would you try to change
Wanted my full attention,
a
did
consumption culture that has leaned so heavily into disposability of functionally everything? Like, dude, what are you gonna buy in a dollar store anymore if there's 150% tariffs on literally everything that's in there? Like, are you gonna Destin from Smarter Every Day, he made a barbecue scraper that's made in America, just as an experiment to see how bloody difficult it is to make a barbecue scraper that is made in America, to make anything in America. I'm just gonna bring it up because I forget exactly. Here it is, the Smarter Scrubber. Here it is. And what he discovered was that it is flippin' difficult. Yeah, here you go. For years, I've wanted to make a product, a high-quality product in America, to prove it can be done and compete with overseas manufacturing. And I would say it's pretty clear that he is competing with overseas manufacturing in terms of the design and quality. What he is not competing with is the price. When you have to talk about your barbecue scraper for this long before you scroll down and find a price, I guarantee you that it is not going to be a super attractive price. And this is the same challenge that we ran into to a degree with the screwdriver. The screwdriver is a much more complex product, but is priced $10 more. And that's what happens when you do your molding in Canada, when you shoot your plastics in Canada, you do final assembly and packaging here in Canada. It's amazing how fast those things add up. And there is good news for anyone who is worried that the pricing of the LTT screwdriver is going to go up in the States. It's not. I believe we are either very close to or we have finished getting it certified made in Canada, which we had a pretty good idea that we could do before.
Just never bothered to go through the work.
Because it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Like we knew how much of the transformative value-added work that we were doing here in Canada. But it didn't matter from a cost perspective for our customers, so we weren't going to burn cycles on that. But anyway, back to the smarter scrubber. Would you buy a barbecue scrubber for $60 US, knowing that it could very well last a lifetime, and that you'd never have to buy another one, but knowing that you'd be spending $60 for a barbecue scrubber?
How much is an alternative barbecue scrubber?
I've learned much from you during this time, and I trust the sentiment is mutual. In fact, I believe maintaining this cordial relationship might prove advantageous for us both. Who knows what thorny issues the future holds? I imagine there may yet be many an occasion for us to join hands.
Mm-hmm.
As a person who does not own a barbecue.
Okay, well, I don't know.
I am a fellow monitor owner.
What is going on? God, I hate this website. Ugh. Trash.
I love these, like, absolutely could be solved by an AI.
Oh my God.
But we're farming you for training little widget things.
Is it that one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay. Is this like a cup? Is this a bowl of noodles? Like, what am I even doing?
It's so good.
Oh my God, stop.
Train our AI for access to this website, please.
Yeah, I know, right? Hey, barbecue.
The Scrub Daddy barbecue brush, somebody said.
One-piece portable multifunction outdoor barbecue.
I wouldn't buy. I'm assuming it has lead or something from there.
Well, I could hold on a second. I could literally buy 30 of these, though. I could buy an actual platoon of one-piece portable multifunction outdoor barbecue cleaning tool for the price of one smarter scrubber. And I'm not saying that you should. I'm just saying that you could.
Yeah.
And look, I don't actually need your answer because it doesn't really matter. It's not really the point. The point is that in general,
it's a lot.
Consumers have answered that
yeah,
over the last 30 years.
And you'll have the loud people, and I tend to like those loud people and prefer to think the way that they do. But That'll be like, oh, I'd rather buy less things but buy quality things that I will be able to keep for a long period of time or whatever. But most people don't do that.
Cody N7, do you have a source for this? It said there was a store owner who kept getting told that people will spend more for Made in America products, so he went through the process of finding U.S. suppliers, then listed both on the website, Made in America and Made in China, with a 10% price delta, and almost nobody spent the extra money to buy the U.S. one. Do you have a source for that?
I made it up.
Yeah, probably. Freelancer. Oh, Athena did a Made in U.S. side-by-side. Search Athena showerhead tariff. You know what? I'm gonna get you guys to look that up. Okay, would you pay 30 times the price for your barbecue scrubber knowing it's safer?
If I thought the other one had lead in it, yeah.
No, I'm like the little bristles can come out and they can like get in the meat and they can actually be dangerous if ingested. I'm personally kind of the mind that you have to be like kind of not very careful to not like notice that, but I mean, hey, I thought that you could melt like regular cheddar cheese from, you know, Costco on a burger.
Some things are really hard.
You can't, that's impossible.
Some things are incredibly difficult, and I think you need to understand that, okay?
That's fair. That's fair.
Just because you have your $700 barbecue scrubber and have never experienced a bristle in your life doesn't mean that there aren't others out there on the grind set dealing with these problems every day, almost dying.
Cody N7 says my memory was incorrect. It's almost double the price for Made in America. So yeah,
That makes more sense.
It was the Athena showerhead. Okay, so that's apparently the one that that Cody was referring to.
And I found the source.
So we ran an A/B test. Wow, that's actually really interesting. Add to carts, Asia. Add to carts, USA. Whoa. We tested everything.
0 purchases, USA.
Color, copy, layout. We ran it over multiple days and traffic sources. Same outcome every time. For a moment, we thought we'd made a technical error. We hadn't. Man, this is...
0 purchases, USA is wild.
That's surprising to me, actually. I genuinely would have expected... You know what I bet it is? I bet it's the product category. Because if it was like a gun or something, right? Like if it was something that...
Because it's like a water purifier, so they don't care.
Or isn't it a shower head or something?
I think it's a shower head water purifier, isn't it? Athena? What do they make? Filtered shower head, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it's some filtered shower head.
It makes my hair nicer.
That realistically people...
I don't have a hair.
Well, no, I don't. Oh my God, can you not generalize? You're gonna...
They call it a bald eagle for a reason, Linus.
We don't actually want to be assimilated. Annexed, whatever.
No, I realistically, I'm saying that they're buying, like, you know... products they think are going to last and standing behind things that are made. I'm not against that purchasing style, to be completely honest.
No, I'm just saying that I don't think...
I like it, if anything.
I don't think there's anything particularly that speaks to the American identity about a shower head. Whereas I think if you were going to make it a barbecue scrubber, I think you'd probably get more than 0 sales.
Rise with the sun.
Yes, I do agree.
Like you take you know, it's 4th of July, you do a $10 discount on your $60 barbecue scrubber, you have a compelling sales pitch behind it, it's safer, it doesn't have these bristles, you put an American flag on the back of it. I think you can actually sell a few of those. But I think the difference is that this is clearly a commodity item in the eyes of the people who were shopping for it. And when it comes to a commodity item, I could certainly see people having less brand loyalty. I mean, I certainly have less brand loyalty for things I perceive to be a commodity. Like I've spent my entire life completely bewildered by people who have a preference for gas station. Like,
I have a preference for gas station.
You have a points program.
Nope.
Costco.
Nope.
Why?
It's just I think they're cool. It's at Clover Hill. It's where we sold those berries that one time.
Oh my God. Okay, that's different. I'm talking about like multinational,
literally
like,
one
chain gas stations.
You can't even pay at the pump. There's a little sign that apologizes for it. They're like, the pump upgrade's really expensive, so if you could just come pay inside, that would be great. So I go pay inside for my gas. And they have little like homemade muffins that you can buy and stuff. And they still sell DVDs. And I don't exclusively go there, but I like it's like Willow Video. I like bringing my business to
No,
businesses
that's
that I
totally
think are
fine,
cool.
but it's also not what I'm talking about at all, and you know it. So anywho, like I can definitely relate to people not really having a preference when it comes to commodity.
Okay, so how do you because this is an over $100 item.
No, this is a very cheap item. Are we talking about barbecue scrubbers or what?
Oh, the filters.
Oh, how much is it?
The cheap one, the manufactured in Asia one, is $129.
And the other one's like $250?
Let me see if I can find it. So $129 for made in Asia, and $240 for made in USA.
Okay, so about double the price.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, I guess that's another factor too. Is it's not just the percentage difference in price. It's the actual like raw dollars. Like I am paying right now out of my pocket for American labor, but realistically, they're people I've never met, to have the same shower head.
Do you think the way that they ran it twisted it at all? Because I'm looking at this and I see this one.
Get to work.
Same design, two options you choose: made in USA or Asia. Made little flags and stuff. This may okay, cool. But then you see the actual cart page, and made in USA is the default selection for one. For two, it shows $300 slashed out to $129. And then there's like important note: the quality is identical regardless. This might even be true, but I'm just wondering if it twists things. The quality is identical regardless of where the showerhead is manufactured. While our USA-made showerhead is indeed made in the United States, some of the materials used are still sourced from other countries as they are not available in the USA. And that almost like has to be true when it comes to certain.
Yeah,
so that is what it is.
But I could see that impacting. I could see that impacting. I think that if they were slightly less transparent in the running of their exercise,
it might have gotten more.
It might have been a less honest presentation, but it might have been a better experiment, if that makes sense.
Maybe, yeah. Because most people that I know of that are buying nationally because of quality.
But then, do you really have doubts about the raw quality of like a copper tube before it was bent into a faucet or whatever it is?
Some people do. I guarantee you, some people do.
Yeah, but then
there's like the whole like Chinese steel versus whatever other steel argument. I have no idea if that's real or not. I know nothing about it, but I've heard those phrases.
But wouldn't you rather somebody tell you, like, hey, if anyone else says that they're using American this, they're not. It like isn't a thing. Like, it does seem like the more honest way to present it.
No, I prefer it being presented this way, to be clear. I'm just saying, I wonder if that changed anything. I also think it's interesting that made in Asia is selected by default.
Well, didn't they say they tried different forms?
Yeah, but they don't show it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Either
this
way,
this graph is crazy. Sorry,
yeah,
one last one. You can't even like see it. It looks like the whole graph is just on the left, but no, there's two more columns here, two separate additional columns right here.
Yeah.
One of them's just not actually existent because it's at 0.00. There's the section is there.
That's wild. Did you see? Did you see Sony just like increased prices everywhere to subsidize the U.S.
Yeah.
And to pay for the tariffs
but
that
this
way?
is my problem with that is if you're
It's a
trying
PlayStation
to
wall,
go against it,
and Mexico's going to pay for it.
Yeah. If you're trying to go against the whole idea, you're playing into exactly what one of the taglines was at one point in time, which is that America was subsidizing everywhere else, and now a lot of companies are flipping that, which is theoretically what they wanted.
Right.
So if you're trying to go against it, you're playing into what they wanted.
Just to make this completely clear, we have not increased prices on our global store to account for tariffs. We have increased prices on our U.S. store. There is one key difference, and that's something that I talked about on the shipping side, where because we were consolidating all of our shipments and routing them through the U.S., our US costs were quite a lot lower, but our international costs were a lot higher, to the point where we would basically sell nothing
Many insects
internationally
have a
before.
compulsion to follow
And
the light.
so yeah,
And
we did
humans are the
play
same.
some games with
Except we
the
call that
shipping
light
costs a little bit to
hope.
help kind of balance the playing field a little bit. And I think maybe that's something that is going to be upsetting to some people. And again, back to what I was saying earlier about everyone having their different perspectives, that's something I'm really used to. And so maybe that's something that I kind of dropped casually. And for other people, it was like a complete bomb because, like, for instance, my first exposure to this concept was when I started working at NCIX. And I learned that any postal code with a 0 in it is a super expensive postal code. Did you know that?
No.
They're rural.
Exploration
And so
trials.
at NCIX, the way that our
Adventuring is
pricing
right up
algorithm
my
worked for
alley.
shipping was that we would subsidize zeros with urban postal codes, because otherwise, literally, if someone ordered a computer case for $100, they could pay $350 in shipping, because that's just what it
Driving a
costs.
huge box out to the countryside.
And in the interest of, equity and making sure that, other people in the country have access to computer parts at all, Scrappy DP 601378 rural, that also isn't a postal code, for crying out loud. That is a zip code.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light.
Okay.
And humans are the same.
Wow.
Except we call that light
I love
hope.
our American friends. I really do. But you are not the only country in the world.
What?
It really does, seem to be a uniquely American thing to just get very confused sometimes by things that are not America. Like when we're traveling overseas, like at Computex or whatever, and we upload videos at different times of day, it's a funny thing because it is almost exclusively people in the Eastern time zone that are like, what are they doing posting a video? It is this time. And you ID yourself by telling me what time it is where you are. And it's never West Coast. It's never Central Time.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley. Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below. Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley. Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
It's always East Coast, predominantly USA.
Many insects
that
have
just
a compulsion to follow the light.
absolutely
And humans
like
are
no
the same.
concept of other time zones. And it's funny
Except we
because
call that
I
light
get it.
hope.
You're not used to it. Like, do you remember when a hotly anticipated television program
Should we look it up? Second character being a 0 indicates a rural region.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Okay. Anyway,
I was telling them.
Oh, right. Okay, so do you remember when you were a kid and some hotly anticipated...
Yeah, you just did the America thing.
Exploration and trials.
I was talking to them, and you were like,
Adventuring
I know.
is right up my alley.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were telling me.
No, you're good. You're good. I don't care. I just think it's funny.
So do you remember when you were a kid and there'd be a hotly anticipated television event?
Sure, yeah.
Okay? And they'd be like,
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens,
you know,
God should
6
broaden their
p.m.
horizons in the world below.
4 p.m. Central. And they wouldn't even bother with the Pacific time zone. Literally, we've spent our whole lives.
We're just used to -3.
Having to do -3 hours on everything. And so I understand
Many
how people
insects
who
have a
live in that
compulsion
particular
to
time
follow the
zone,
light.
whether they're American
And
or
humans are the
Canadian,
same.
I can understand how they
Except
might
we
get the
call that
idea
light
that they are the only time zone on Earth. But they're not. So postal codes are not zip codes and do not work the same way. I do not purport to know anything about how zip codes work because I'm not American and I don't care. It doesn't really matter. But I learned many years ago that in Canada, that 0 indicates a rural postcode.
To be clear, when working for a Canadian retailer shipping to Canadians.
Yes. And so that was my first introduction to the concept of, oh my God, if we don't do anything to try to level the
Instead of
playing field out a little bit here,
themselves to the
we are
heavens,
basically just cutting
God should
off
broaden
a
their
very,
horizons
very
in the world
significant
below.
portion of the country from being able to order from us at all. And so, yeah, and it was a small amount, like literally on the order of pennies, because most people do live in those urban centers.
So almost no impact to most people, but a significant positive impact to the people.
For the handful of people that are on the outside, realistically, like farming the food that we all need to eat in these urban centers, right? Like this is not about, taking advantage of someone. This is about making sure that we are doing enough for people who are not in a fair situation, right? Because that's just the reality of it. That's what fuel costs, right? They weren't going that way anyway. So that's how much it costs, right? What are we talking about? What do you want?
No, the problem is a good question because I have no idea. I think Xbox stuff.
Yeah.
Tariffs, Xbox stuff.
What about it?
I think that's what we were talking about.
Oh yeah, sure.
I think that's our topic still.
Oh yeah, Dan, should we do another topic? What are we supposed to be doing? What even is this show?
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, you were talking about how Xboxes are more expensive because there's tariffs, and then now we're talking about
Well, I
G's
think the
and then
real
postcodes.
question is who's buying Xboxes, and therefore who cares?
See, that's a pretty good point.
They're putting their games up too.
That's a pretty good point.
And
yeah, but
actually,
nobody
oh man,
owns them. So
thanks, Nintendo.
Dude, I forgot. I actually forgot that I had wanted to shift to that as an angle for this conversation. How long do you think Microsoft's been waiting for an excuse to increase pricing?
Dude.
How long do you think Sony's been waiting for an excuse to increase pricing? If the US and China and everyone else just kind of kumbayas and is all like, everything's good, forget it, what are the odds those prices drop?
Like, if at all,
Give me my odds. Give me my odds.
Ceremonious. I think they might drop, but they'll drop by a very small amount. I don't think they will return.
Chat says 0%.
I think it's got to be close to 0% that they would return.
It never happens. This is the problem with trade wars. Because then it just becomes all profit.
I mean, this is what we went through.
Yeah, it's never going to be the same.
This is what we went through with the great GPU shortage.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like, they literally just never came back down. A top-of-the-line GPU is still $2,000 MSRP and realistically goes for considerably more than that.
Yeah.
It just never went back down. As soon as customers will show that they're willing to pay, $25 instead of $10 for those Shein pants, they're going to be like, oh, neat.
Until somebody else potentially lowers it. In the GPU market, there was and is no actual competition there. So they can just keep it up forever.
Welcome back. We are again in the heart of Birmingham, but today it is to visit one of the world's finest gun makers. Wesley Richards makes only 30 shotguns and rifles a year. They've been hand-making guns since 1812. We're gonna go inside and learn about how they make their famous drop-lock double-barreled shotgun. Now these are luxury items, a canvas for art of the highest order, craftsmanship of an incredible standard. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into their gun room to see what they have in progress. Can you imagine? Jamie, look at all of this. Look at all of these guns in progress. There's got to be millions of pounds worth of fine craftsmanship here. Stuart, thank you very much for having us.
Pleasure.
It's very nice to meet you. Please, can you tell us, what are the steps in the making of a shotgun here?
The core steps to me would be actioning, stocking, engraving, finishing. We start with an order from a customer, what he wants, how he wants it done. All the guns we have on order, they're all purely custom jobs. This particular customer is ordered a 28 bore. The kit of parts is ordered with our sister company over the other side of our car park who produce the kit of parts.
So everything is custom, but there is a certain amount of it that can be processed from raw material efficiently before it needs a human touch.
Yes, and it gives us a lot of scope for even further customization. Barrel tubes are produced and bought. The next stage from that is the barrels are put together. I mean, you can see it physically here with these ones.
Oh, so you're talking about an incredibly complicated turning operation.
Right, this is the proper way of doing it. The modern shotguns are using what's called a monoblock. So the whole front section here is turned and machined on 5 axis. That's nothing, we don't do any of that kind of stuff. That's not our traditional way of doing stuff. We're still doing it the way that the Victorians would recognise.
Look at how complicated this is. This barrel is one piece. This had to be machined, presumably, from a big rectangular bar, turned off-center. Incredible. So the two barrels are brazed together. Then, after a little bit of machining, in order to leave room for what is called the doll's head up here, they look similar to this. This happens to be a rifle barrel in this case. And at this stage, at this level of machining, it is ready to be jointed. Jointing is the process of fitting the barrels to the action so that the shotgun can open and close perfectly. Let's go have a look at how the jointing is done.
Jim's in the process of jointing the sister gun to the 28 bore we've just been looking at.
Oh wow, and this is a matching pair.
Yeah.
Incredible. I certainly didn't expect that it was going to be chiseling to fit these things together. I mean, I would have expected filing or stoning, but it's chiseling.
Jim will probably chisel it all the way in pretty much.
You're kidding, to the extent where you'll just kind of hit it with, some light sandpaper?
After chiseling,
yeah,
I will gently tidy it up with very fine files.
Do you mind if we see the chisel that you're using? Is it carbide on it, or is
carbide? But normally I use a HSS milling cutter. It's a little bit worn. Grind one of those down.
Oh my goodness.
Bigger than Basically, this is one of the sort of early stages of the gun build. Fitting the barrels into the action body. Simply applying a layer of paraffin soot, and then this. So basically this is the early stage. We're just getting into the doll's head pocket in the action body. So you can see we've got a layer where the two surfaces touch.
Yep.
We get a bright bearing spot.
And so now that tells you you're going to chisel that material.
I know that that section's touching, so I have to carefully basically remove the steel further along
sort of into that area and try and keep the steel that's here, because at the end of it I want it to be as close a fit as I can get it. After doing that lots and lots of times, the flats of the barrel will come down to, on a shotgun, we aim to get a gap of about 4 to 6 thou.
Okay.
And eventually, when the barrels are touching, we want as good as possible bearing all around the tubes, gas seal, so it's tight. This is the action face, this is the breech face.
And that needs to fit perfectly with effectively no gap.
Yeah.
Based on how it is that you are chiseling away and allowing it to fall. And how many days into this fit up are you?
I'm about a day and a half, 2 days into this.
Wow.
So generally, a shotgun will take anything between 45 to 65 hours. Double rifle, generally more, because there's a lot more material on them. So a double rifle, a 5.77, you're looking probably at around 80 hours, 85 hours.
Incredible. And is the bulk of your work hammer and chisel?
A lot of it, yeah.
Wow. Even on the faces there?
On the face it will be files, and then we've slightly switched things up a little bit. In the last 12 months or so, we've started wire cutting the shape of the barrel lumps.
Okay.
Whereas previously, this section of the barrel, it would come to me machined for joint. It would be a solid block, and then basically I would have to work out the position of the joint pin in the body, put that in on the mill, and then I would cut those shapes out. Still use these because I have to use them for certain sections of the job, but basically using a pattern which is made to suit the body, I would then cut the waist out. We did it on the Bridgeport, cutting the hook in, but then that was basically the pattern scribed onto the lump, hacksawed out. Because you've done that, you then have to fit all these surfaces as you're going around all the way through. Wow. So we've saved about almost a day out of the job, probably.
I'm just always so interested when incredibly accurate things can be done with hand and eye, and incredible amounts of experience and time. This is just the tiniest chips being made. It's incredible.
But I used to say to people that, like, you know, there's gun makers all around the world. There's people right now making guns elsewhere, other companies and all the rest of it. Right now, we're the only people building a Wesley gun. At this moment in time, Stu is the only man in the world doing what he's doing. I'm the only guy in the world jointing a Wesley gun. So, you know, that level for people to be the only, you know, it is quite unique. And you know, there's more people up on the space station
than there are making a Wesley gun.
Doing this tiny little piece of work.
Incredibly special, it's incredibly unique, and with techniques and methods that are largely unchanged for a very long time.
For 250 years.
Do you have a favourite brand of needle file?
The Velour.
It's always Velour.
It's always got to be
They
Velour.
always win.
So basically everything you can see there and on the bench I will use at some point during the build.
The three-dimensional thinking that's required to make this happen, it feels inconceivable to me. It feels inconceivable that it is possible to bring these tolerances in by hand, but here you are, doing it every day. We're now going to run across the road to their machine shop to see how they machine the kit of parts for the action. Whoa! Oh, there's some nice toys here. This is a serious machine shop. So what do you have going on here? Because I mean, I've seen from the kit of parts that you've got bits that are cut out on an EDM. There's obviously lots of CNC machining that needs to be done. What are we looking at?
Right, well, first of all, we've got a wider rotor here. We've got another wider roading machine here. Right, so we've got, obviously, we double up. Got 3-axis milling machine. Yep. So you've got X, Y, Z, obviously milling on there. That's our full 5-axis machine. Wow. So, right, you've got an X, Y, Z with an A and a C axis, plus a 360 rotation in C as well.
Bloody hell. Serious kit here.
So basically what we've got here is a part that's been machined all out, and as you can see you've got all the small wire eroding holes. So then what we'll do, we've obviously machined them all out, right, and then they'll go on the wiring machine, the wire will go through and it'll wire the shape out.
Incredible. So you do all the machining before you go to profiling them in the wire? Because obviously work holding after it...
Yeah. It's pre-machined before and then wired after.
They go through a lot of wire.
Well, as you can see with the actions, we wire these out first, okay, right, and then we machine them.
So you get a forged billet in?
Yeah, it's all from a billet of material. And then it's obviously machined and ground and then wired and then machined.
Oh, beautiful.
Thank you for showing us your workshop.
So after the jointing process, we're going to move into more of the action inside. So it's usually myself and Pete. So what we'd be doing is making all the subcomponents, such as the locks, the ejector system, the trigger system, and then starting to put those to the gun so the gun's more of a functioning gun. All right, so Pete's busy.
Hello, how are you?
You have a pair of locks in the gun to fire the hammer mechanism, which strikes the action and strikes the firing pin. This you could say is another set of locks.
Just heading in the other direction?
Just to eject the cartridges, and the action of that picks up on the end of the extractor and fires it off.
When was that mechanism created? It's 1890?
1890s, they're about 1870s, 1890s.
To imagine being able to design that with those tolerances, pen and paper, you know, chisel, file, hammer.
That's exactly my appreciation for the whole thing.
Pete's currently filing down the ends of the extractors that mechanism acts upon to eject a spent casing.
Like I say, it's just trial and error at the moment. Nearly there. Good set of files, pretty essential.
This is a good quality set of diamond files, because I can only ever find
these are hard to find.
Looking, cheap
rusty
diamond files. These are actually good.
These are pretty good. This is the best set I've ever used. These are 150s, 200s, 400s.
This is an articulated trigger that Pete was working on earlier, spring-loaded. Isn't it beautiful? Thank you so much. So grateful for your time.
Cheers.
All right, checklist, Jamie. We cannot forget anything. We're going 3.5 hours across the country. Camera packed. Safety glasses.
Yeah.
Hearing protection.
Yeah.
Microphone.
Yeah, where am I now?
Yeah, SD card.
In the camera.
Got it. What's the weather going to be like tomorrow? Do we need raincoats?
The camera's actually on.
Do we need raincoats?
No, it's going to be boiling.
Yeah. Oh, crap. Almost forgot the most important part. Can't go anywhere without a delicious drink to hydrate us. You ready to hit the road, Jamie?
Yeah, it's grapefruit, all right?
Oh, yeah, it's my favourite flavour. Perfect, thank you. Don't want to run out of that. When it's your favourite drink in the whole wide, you the grand shot. That's a bit better than fruit, so like 8p double pack, Jamie.
Working, hardened and tempered, and clicking and ticking. If we have a look at this one, this is a 28-bore shotgun, so similar to what we've been looking at earlier in the day. So most of the work's done here, so the safety system is working, the lever work is working, gun's opening, eject system's on. So the last stage now is just to regulate the ejector timing. So we just put 2 snap cap rounds in, close the gun up. And if we open slowly.
That is beautiful.
Now, although that might have looked together, that was not timed enough for me.
So when you say not timed enough, you want them both to fire at the identical
if
time?
I brace myself against the gun, you can hear that out of time click, click, click. So what we'll do is we'll adjust the timing on the lock work. So, cover plate open, locks out. So the locks at this point are all hardened and tempered and working.
Is the firing pin integral to the lock there?
Yeah, our shotgun's the firing pin's integral. Double rifle's separate firing pin.
Okay, so that's why this lock looks different to the lock that Pete was working on.
Yeah.
Because here, this has been necked down into a little firing pin, whereas on Pete's it wasn't, it was just a hammer. And that must be very difficult because that has to line up with the hole that the firing pin goes through perfectly as it swings through.
Exactly right. What I'm going to do now is just take the mainspring off and we're going to adjust the amount of material that's on the firing end of the mainspring.
And how did you know it was the left side of the gun that was fast and not the right side of the gun? Did you just hear it and you knew?
Yeah, I can hear that the one's firing before the other and you can just perceive it. It's very subtle.
That's amazing.
So both locks cocked then?
Yeah.
Both lead perfect timed.
That was a lot better. Even my ear could tell that they were firing at the same time. And so which of these components then get hardened and tempered in the action?
So you've got the lock work, has its hardening and tempering, and the ejector work has its hardening and tempering. The extractors, the cam, which is drawing the extractors in and out and recocking the ejector system, that's hardened and tempered.
And do you do all your hardening and tempering of these parts in-house?
We do.
And is it done after you have the perfect action?
Yeah, so you want to get your gun working to somewhat of a state, in soft state, to find out what else it needs doing, adjusting. You don't want to repeatedly keep firing the gun in a soft state. So we do a first stage of hardening on the hammer and the sear nose so that you can fire the lock and it's not going to damage the hammer and the bent on the hammer. They'll have a first stage of the lock work, hardening, and then I'll go over the full spectrum of connect up get everything completely perfect, and then I'll do a final reharden attempt.
Mastery isn't just about raw strength, but learning to control and account for different variables. I can feel myself getting better at that by the day.
Honestly, I have no clue how some people have problems with accidentally being way too close to our cabin on creep. Well, Crete, right. Alright, Genshin is done.
This video is sponsored by Squarespace. What even is an ultra-processed food? Like, when I cook, I apply any number of processes to my food. Does that mean all of my homemade meals are processed? Does that mean I'm going to die? Well, the answer to the latter question is yes, because the same night awaits us all. And the former question also gets a yes, but also not quite. The way that we categorize foods as processed or unprocessed is a great example of how a category can be almost totally useless on the individual level, but on the aggregate level, yeah, you can learn a lot from it. In that sense, I will now compare ultra-processed foods to the body mass index, for example. BMI is a simple ratio of height to weight. According to my BMI, I am right at the beginning of the obese category, which, if you're watching this on home video, you know to be silly. I'm carrying some body fat, but I'm also heavy for my weight because I lift a lot and I eat a lot of protein. Muscle and fat are meaningfully different kinds of tissue, and when you're trying to assess the body of an individual human in front of you, you can look at them and make a judgment about their body composition. You don't need to rely on a crude metric like BMI. But when you're trying to assess the health of like a whole population of hundreds of thousands of people, you kind of do need to rely on a crude indicator. You can't afford to do a DEXA scan on every person in your gigantic population level study group to fully understand their body composition. And furthermore, we know from prior research that when people have a high BMI, it's usually not mostly because of muscle. It's usually mostly because of adiposity, fatness. So, a categorization that is basically useless on the individual level becomes kind of good enough at the population level. If 100,000 people have a BMI over 30, you really can be reasonably assured that's mostly because of high adiposity and not high muscularity, though meaningful differences occur between different demographic groups for which researchers are increasingly accounting. Because we're going to be talking about fatness a lot in this little essay, I think it's important to say up front that scientists have historically gotten a lot wrong about fatness. They used to treat fatness like a disease. Now it's more common for them to see fatness as one of many symptoms of the broader metabolic syndrome. Fatness is one of many indicators of a potentially unhealthy diet. But again, at the individual level, tons more nuance becomes clear. Anyway, ultra-processed food. Yes, a home-cooked meal may indeed be processed according to the prevailing system that we have for categorizing these things, which is called the NOVA classifications, but there are fine degrees of detail there that such a broad system of like 3 or 4 categories cannot account for because it's not made to be applied to...
Oh, I fucked up.
individual plates of food. It's a system that helps us to understand food at the level of hundreds of thousands of plates, right? So, what are the NOVA classifications and where did they come from? The answer is really straightforward. It's this one epidemiologist in Sao Paulo, Carlos Augusto Monteiro, a Brazilian boomer. He had a front row seat growing up to personally observe a pretty massive change in the human species. He grew up poor to middle income in a country that was growing up poor to middle income. And where it was once the case that poor people were skinny and rich people were fat, he watched this transition happen around him where things kind of flipped. Poor people started carrying a lot more body fat, while rich people increasingly got themselves all sculpted and lean. What could explain this, Dr. Monteiro thought? Well, most obviously, advances in agriculture and global trade made food cheap, such that poor people could afford more food, and most people, if given the opportunity, will eat more calories than they need, because that is what we're evolved to do, so that we can survive the winter. But that doesn't explain why the rich people in Brazil got skinnier, or at least they didn't get fatter at the rate that the poor people were getting fatter. So this is why Dr. Monteiro started studying the kinds of food that different classes of people ate. Whereas rich people could afford to pay someone to prepare them fresh food from scratch, or they could afford the time to do it themselves, poor people were increasingly relying on these new, prepackaged, shelf-stable foods entering the Brazilian market. Prepackaged, ready-to-eat foods are associated with a whole lot of health problems. A ready-to-eat website, however, is awesome, and that's essentially what you get with Squarespace, sponsor of this video. If you need a website for your business or your personal portfolio, or let's say to sell online classes, Design Intelligence from Squarespace can do a ton of the work for you in the first few seconds. Tell it who you are and what you want to do online, pick from some of the design ideas that it generates, customize the fit and finish, the colors and the fonts and all of that, and you've got a draft website that you can start editing to fit your needs. Sell paywalled content to subscribers. Take their money with Apple Pay or ACH Direct Debit or ClearPay in the UK. You can edit the desktop and mobile versions independently by just dragging stuff around. Couldn't be more intuitive. Do all of that for free right now at squarespace.com/Ragusia. Once you publish, Squarespace hosts the site for you and registers your domain name for you, and every site is optimized with meta descriptions and an auto-generated sitemap to help you rank high in searches. When you're ready to make your site live, think of your old buddy Goose. Save 10% with my code Ragusia. Thank you, Squarespace. Anyway, ultra-processed food. If you want to study what people eat and how it affects their bodies at the population level, you have to divide things into big, crude categories that are somewhat arbitrary. There is no clear, bright line between processed and unprocessed foods. It's a spectrum. But to study this stuff, you have to draw lines through chunks of the spectrum. And here's how Dr. Monteiro drew those lines. Nova 1, minimally processed foods. These are the edible parts of organisms. To turn a citrus tree into this food, an orange, a farmer processed the tree by leaving the inedible wood and bark and leaves and stuff behind at the orchard, thus isolating just the fruiting body. They washed it, maybe they waxed it, and I will process it further by removing the fibrous peel before I actually eat it. Or maybe I'll remove even more of the fiber by juicing it. All of these steps have the effect of refining the food, concentrating the digestible calories and other nutrients that were present in that original citrus tree. If I'd eaten the equivalent weight of the whole tree, I would get way fewer calories out of it because the tree is mostly cellulose and humans can't digest cellulose. So we process it down to just the part that contains a ton of sugar, which I can digest. This orange is a kind of processed food, very minimally so, and so it's in Nova Group 1. Group 2 is called processed culinary ingredients, and it's things like extra virgin olive oil. They picked the olives off a tree, they smashed them, and this is what came out. We have robbed the olive of all of its healthy fiber. It is now nearly 100% fat, and most people in the developed world eat too much fat these days. But it's not a food, it's an ingredient. Not many people drink olive oil straight, and thus we're very unlikely to consume like way too much of it. So that's why it's only in group 2. Group 3 is processed foods, and you could think of these as like combinations of group 1 and group 2 foods. Most of the food that we prepare in the kitchen could reasonably fall into this category. You take a piece of meat or a plant part from group 1, you combine it with refined ingredients from group 2, like oil and salt, and you apply heat to it maybe, and there, that's processed food. Does that mean that a home-cooked meal is nutritionally equivalent to whatever delicious monstrosity is over in this bag? Maybe. Get open there. But probably not. Which is why in 2010, Dr. Montero and colleagues added a new classification to the NOVA system, ultra-processed foods. And I'm just going to read to you directly from the English translation of their 2010 paper. Quote, "The industrial processing of ultra-processed foods is designed to create durable, accessible, convenient, attractive, ready-to-eat, or ready-to-heat products. Most of them are often termed fast foods or convenience foods. They are formulated to reduce microbial deterioration, to be transportable for long distances, and to be extremely palatable, and often to be habit-forming. Typically, they're designed to be consumed anywhere, in fast food establishments, at home in place of prepared dishes and meals, while watching television, at desks or elsewhere at work, in the street, and while driving." End quote. Is this hitting you a little too close to home? It's hitting me a little too close to home. Indeed, ultra-processed foods now account for a majority of the calories consumed here in the United States and in similar highly developed economies. They're not as big in the developing world, but they're getting bigger every day. And now in Brazil, it's about half the calories everybody is eating is ultra-processed foods. And study after study shows a very strong correlation between ultra-processed foods and metabolic syndrome. Heart disease, stroke, all of that stuff. The trillion-dollar question, though, is why? Is the food itself more dangerous? That's definitely the interpretation being promulgated by the likes of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., our new top public health official here in the US. And indeed, lots of studies have identified particular risks associated with particular ingredients used to make ultra-processed foods ultra-tasty, ultra-convenient, and ultra-cheap. If you believe that the ingredients themselves are the problem, then the logical solution is to just get them out of the food supply, and the problem is fixed. Unfortunately, that so far hasn't worked. On the macro...
That's going to be it for the stream. Good luck and thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.